Good morning. Uh, Welcome to Wednesday in Education. And we only have 5 bills today, so it's a light day for us. And the first bill we will take up is Senate Bill 217, establishing a rural and underserved area educator incentive program for higher education and making an appropriation therefore. And Senator Donovan is all ready to go.
Ready to go. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I am Senator Donovan Fenton. I represent District 10, and I am here to introduce Senate Bill 217, which establishes a rural and underserved area educator incentive program for higher education and making an appropriation therefore. Currently, there are around 104 rural school districts in New Hampshire, with many rural schools finding it hard to attract and retain teachers. Senate Bill 217 aims to address this issue by establishing an incentive program for educators to teach in rural and underserved areas, similar to a program for healthcare workers to work in the same areas. This idea originated from the Commission to Study the Teacher Shortage, which I was on, and we can all agree we have a problem, and that is we need more teachers. This program is very similar to what was passed in Idaho, where they are also feeling the teacher shortage, and nationwide for that matter. The incentive would include repayment of all or part of the educator's outstanding educational loans if they stay employed with the same school or school district. This can not only help fill the much needed positions in these rural and underserved areas, but also help our state mitigate the current teacher shortage we are experiencing. We all have an obligation to ensure that any child, no matter the school district they attend, receives an adequate and fulfilling education, and Senate Bill 217 takes the necessary steps to provide the school districts who need the help the most with a tool to attract and retain teachers. I hope you'll join me in finding new ways to provide the youngest granted status with the structure and stability we all know they need by supporting 217. And we studied this for a long time over this summer with the Teacher Shortage Commission, and one of the main things that came up when we heard from educators, superintendents, was loan repayment. And the better off school districts can afford to do this. Their whole problem is that these underserved and rural school districts can't afford to do this, and the state needs to help them. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Senator. Questions from committee members? Yes, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Senator, for being here. Can you talk a little bit to, is there any sort of block that would prevent us from going and actually just putting money directly in the teacher's paycheck, or some sort of a bonus instead of going to the loan repayment? That way they could use it for housing if they need to buy a house or anything like that, or is there anything preventing that?
No, Representative, thank you for the question. It's a great question. I think the problem is it comes down to the school boards, how they pay their teachers, and local control on how they pay their teachers. And housing was another issue that came up for the Teacher Shortage Commission. We're looking at that as well. Paying is a sort of incentive. Your paycheck is an incentive, and this would just be another tool for that incentive. Yep.
Yes, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question and being here. Was there any thought given to a teacher who, let's say, was working in an underserved district or school, and they get riffed? So they have to go to another district, so they go to another underserved school, not through no fault of their own. They could be a great teacher. Was any thought, so according to this, they would not be eligible in year 2, correct?
I don't know that answer if they would be eligible or not. I think they could reapply for the program. And you might want to ask that question for someone behind me as well. But I don't see why they wouldn't still be able to apply for the program. And just for the record, folks, this has a whopping $1 in it right now. So, the whole purpose of this is we have the mechanism to fund this in the coming budget. We've created the avenue to do that. This is really the car to get us to the gas station.
Do you have a follow-up? Just so if they reapplied, would they be back at step 1?
No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't receive more than they necessarily could. They wouldn't be eligible to double their loan repayment, if that's what you're asking.
No, I'm just thinking if they're, follow-up. Yeah. So if they're at step 1, the first year, and then they reapply because they've gone to another school, are they at B or are they at A? This line's 24 and 25. you know, when we're talking about first year, second year, would that be their second year even though they've reapplied?
If they completed a full year, they'd be their second year.
Okay, even if
Yes.
it's a different school?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you
for
all so
bringing
much.
this
Appreciate
forward.
it. Stick around for a little bit.
Great. Chairman Ladd.
Good morning, Representative Cordelli and members of the Education Committee. For the record, my name is Rick Ladd. I come from Haverhill, and I'm here today to speak to 217, Senate Bill 217, in support of this bill. I was one of the members of the Teacher Shortage Committee, along with some others which are sitting on the committee right now and those behind me. And we put a lot of time into this, and we do know, it's been documented, there is a teacher shortage throughout this country. There is a teacher shortage in a lot of those areas like math, the sciences, special education in this state. And there are shortages of elementary teachers in this state. In those areas, you can't attract them for various reasons, and I'll get into that a little bit later here in my presentation. I've handed out to you an article which I took out of the Wall Street Journal dated March 5, 2024. So this is just within several weeks, and it speaks to schools struggle with teacher turnover. And as you read that, they're looking at 10 different states, not New Hampshire, but they're looking at 10 other states, which kind of, typify what we're talking about here. And one of the prime reasons why people leave districts is the salary and the debt that they're carrying. And so I'd like to address that because we do have a nationwide issue here, and we're seeing a decline in graduates that are coming out of teacher prep programs throughout this country. And with that, we're seeing the number of programs, which are teacher prep programs at higher education, shrinking. Schools are divesting their dollars, their funding, and they're putting it into other programs which they see there's a high demand for. There is a high demand out in the schools for teachers. However, there's not a high demand from those that are choosing to pursue a bachelor's degree in colleges, simply because when you come out, like my daughter and my son and their sons and daughters now are coming out and saying, I don't want to get into teaching. I'd be a wonderful teacher, but I can't sustain a young family with what I'm getting paid. And that's a fact. When you're coming out and you're getting paid somewhere around $32,000 to $45,000 as a first-year teacher in this state, you can't sustain, and we've heard the issue of workforce housing already. That's one issue. But then we're also dealing with the cost of just a young family and the mortgage on the house and the cost of the car and the cost of the food and medical. It just compounds to the point where people are saying, no, I'm going to find a job which pays for what I'm able to offer. So we see that. We also see a number of challenges that we've had to address in dealing with this teacher shortage. And over the last 4 years ago, there were 400 educators in alternative pathways to trying to get certification. We now have 1,200. In just 4 years, that's tripled. And why is that? Because of some of this debt, the costs of going to school, etc. We've also looked at, last several weeks ago, a part-time teacher bill for those teacher shortage areas. This was a recommendation that came out of the study group which we had, which dealt with this for last summer and prior to that in the spring. And there were a number of recommendations that came out. We also looked at this issue of what's going on in our rural school districts in this state. What's going on in these districts where not rural, but they're, that are really hurting in terms of the dollar availability. And that speaks to it right here when we're talking about those underserved areas, which might be in Manchester. And how do we attract people to these districts? And the way we're going to try to look at it, and what I'm looking at it, is we looked at the state of Idaho. And this is just a duplicate of what Idaho is doing. So this is not a political bill. This is a bill which deals with a real issue which we have. In my school district, we have wonderful teachers that come, and several years later, because of their debt that they're carrying, and you got to know that University of New Hampshire debt is one of the highest debts in this country, but we glorify it by saying, well, our students pay it back. Yeah, and they sacrifice an awful lot in doing that. But when we have a good teacher arrive up in Haverhill, you can bet 2 years from now, if they're great in the area of art or special education, they're going to be teaching down in Hanover or Lebanon. Or they're going to go farther south where they're going to get the income that they need to survive with. And so, and where they're appreciated in Haverhill, but it doesn't reflect that in what we're paying them. So there were several questions which came up in this. There was the issue of should we, rather than putting the money as we have on page 2 there, where it's incrementally handed out over 4 years, should it be all awarded at one time? Part of the purpose, I see it from the rural districts, we want to retain people in the rural districts. We don't want to see them getting in their cars and driving out of Dodge and getting the job 30 miles south. We want to see them stay in these districts. There is a parallel between those school districts which have a loss of teachers and it's more frequent. We're also seeing achievement related to that. You don't have the sustainability, the constant factor of the teacher in the classroom. You see movement, and where there's a lot of stop and go in terms of delivery of services. The other issue is what happens if they decide not to stay in that school? Well, if they're in a school district like a Manchester, they get rifted. This will follow them any school in that school district. So this program follows you in that regard. So I think this is a program which is absolutely needed in this state. But in talking this morning with Director Appleby over at DOE driving down the highway on 93, he said he absolutely supports this program, but in order to implement it from his perspective, there's $1 in this bill, but he's going to need, as we heard just the other day when we had Ms. Davis in here testifying on the bill dealing with accountability, we had put in legislation from the policy perspective, an analyst to assist in getting that job done. That was struck. It's no longer there. Steve Appleby needs that help. Several of us in this room right now are working in the Education Task Force for Higher Education, the executive order of the governor. And Steve Appleby is the chair of that particular commission, which involves a number of people, and I think we're coming out with a fine report, which we'll know more about a little at noon today. But it took a lot of time on the part of Mr. Appleby over at DOE and his staff. It sucked out about 35% of his assistants' time. And they have all the other tasks they normally have to attend to, certification, dealing with people trying to get into the business of this. He's also in charge of the higher education and a number of tasks. They are too skinny over there at the department. We really need to be thinking about funding him the support to make this happen. And that would probably be, if we look at the cost of an additional person over there, anywhere between $140,000 and $160,000. That's what we oftentimes see as that factor, or the amount put in by Ms. Davis from finance over there. So in conclusion, I absolutely support the need for this. It's really needed. We're addressing some of those issues. We've done it through the part-time teacher. We've done it through other areas too. But this is really a good way to attract and keep them in our state. And once they're here, then you get them for 1, 2, 3, 4 years in those rural districts, and that is in my district, that's important. We have other areas which are really short too. Superintendents. In my district, the superintendent is rotating out this year. She's gone. And we had an excellent superintendent. But there again, too, there's reasons why they're retiring. And one of them is, there are a lot of issues. I don't want to go into those right now, but we have a shortage there as well, and shortage in a number of trained people. So let's start right now. And if we want to see our achievement scores really grow in some of these rural areas where there's a need, we need to maintain consistency with our teachers. We need to attract teachers, highly qualified teachers. A lot of these people are just like the ones I employed when I was up in Alaska. I get a good science teacher, and 4 or 5 years later, that person with a chemistry degree or that science degree is working on a platform out on the bay, working for British Petroleum or Arco or Sunoco or Gulf or some of these oil companies which could afford to triple their salary just like that. So it's a competitive market. And if kids are what's important, and they are, we need to attract the best and the best qualified for the job. This will help us do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Cascade.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Ladd. Do you have a preliminary list of which communities would meet the criteria for this?
I don't have that, but I know that Mr. Appleby does. And
Oh,
he
he does,
couldn't make
okay.
it today because the report he's writing right now is due at noon today, where we'll be Zooming and listening to that report. So he has that information.
Okay, thank you.
I would say it's well over
think
half
it's a
the
lot?
districts in the state.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Cordelli. Representative Ladd, thank you so much for bringing this forward.
I didn't bring it forward. The senator brought it forward, but
I meant your comments.
Yeah.
Of course, the senator brought it forward. The question I have is two. Is one on Representative question about the number of specific communities eligible. When you said that that they have it over DOE. Is it possible to get that document? It's already done.
yeah, and looking at these rural districts and where there's teacher shortage areas, he has that information.
Right.
He has that information in terms of special education, the sciences, the mathematics, career technical education is another area in that arena.
So he can just forward that to us. So we can have that.
I can't tell you when that would be available. I'm not going to speak on his behalf.
Okay.
I know that we have discussed this information and it is available.
Okay. And then just to follow up on.
Follow up?
Oh, man, thank you.
Yeah.
On Representative Hall's question, under that line 1920 here about if the teacher rifts out to another school district, it says, is there any way to add that into this so it's there in the law? Would you be willing to alter that, or do you want to do like it is?
If they're rifted out, in my district, I've been in districts where people have been rifted, and you can, when you write your job descriptions, you can fill a vacancy with the people you want if you write it so it's, I want a Spanish teacher that's fluent in Spanish. Well, that takes
That'd be
care
good,
of
yeah.
it. But in terms of the rifting business, I'm not quite sure as far as would this count and go outside. I don't think the way it's written right now, it would if they're leaving the school district.
Right.
But my intent is that they stay in that school district. They stay in that school. So that's an issue which is imperative for these rural districts.
Okay.
And I don't think the rural districts are really rifting the way they may be doing in larger districts.
Just clarity.
yes.
I was using rifting as a term because that's what
Yeah.
you're using. But I meant rather, if they choose to go to another rural district, they'd be eligible under this grant. It doesn't carry with them. That's just a concern. That's all. Because they're still an issue. Okay.
We want them to stay in New Hampshire. We don't want them crossing the line to Massachusetts, that's what's going on.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. My question has to do with, because there's so little, it's a placeholder and there will be funds distributed into the fund eventually. What if there are more teachers that are eligible and who would, for this program, then money available, is there a priority system?
I think you're talking about some of the issues that are going on in Division Two and finance, and on the Senate side in terms of finance. I believe the money is there to do this job. It's just a matter of where are the priorities, so. From a policy perspective, I'll be there voting for this bill. What goes on in finance, that's where we've always had the issues. The analyst was knocked down, and of course, we have the senator right here. He can tell you what's happened on the other side. It's people are projecting different amounts of money in the education trust fund than on one side of the wall to the other side. Yeah.
Follow up? So basically what you're saying is the intent of the bill is for any educator that qualifies should be able to receive the funds, correct?
Yes, anybody that's coming, these new teachers coming out of with certification, they would qualify for these funds. Should that money be available, and then $1 is not going to make it.
Representative Tanner?
I applaud the fact that we're trying to help get to teachers in these rural and underserved areas, and certainly the federal government used to do this on federal loans for teachers. I'm wondering about the eligible education expenses. Not everybody comes out with student loans. Obviously, there are people that don't, that make the ends meet, but you've got the student loan or the eligible educational expenses, and then up in the definition section it says means any outstanding loan payments made during the school year. Does that mean like if they have a mortgage and they have a loan payment on that? I mean, what?
You're digging down and asking me a question I haven't given any thought
Okay.
to, and I don't know if I have an answer, but I do know that I had a similar program up in Alaska where I was, where a person went to a rural district and stayed there for a year. Their master's program was totally paid for by the state, with their housing as well. So they came out 1 year with it all, and then they had to stay in the state a short time thereafter.
I'd also just like to mention that it might be good to apply this money to the tuition costs in the beginning, to have a less tuition cost in the teacher prep program, to encourage more people to go into the profession to begin with.
You see, but when you put it up front, then they use it, they trip out to Rhode Island, they're saying goodbye, and then you're having to chase this down. I think you get into an accounting nightmare trying to retrieve those dollars. You may never.
Well, I know that,
Follow up?
yes, I know that, Plymouth and Keene used to be primarily teacher prep schools, as they had in many of the states. And once you went through that program, you were certified in that state. So anyway, just as a comment.
Further questions, comments for Representative Ladd? Seeing none, thank you very much. Brian Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Good to be back here on second day in a row, and very pleased to be here to support Senate Bill 217. I want to thank Senator Fenton for sponsoring the bill. We started this journey back in the beginning of 2023, and here we are. And as Representative Ladd and Senator Fenton indicated, this was one of the recommendations made by the Teacher Shortage Committee, and we are hoping that we can have this policy in place so that when the funding is ready, whether that's this year or in the upcoming budget, that the program is ready to go and has what it needs in place to help address the educator shortage. Most of my testimony, I think, has been covered by the previous two speakers. I would just add, this is not the only program related to loan repayment that I think would take a similar journey. So some of you may know that the Department of Health and Human Services administratively created a state loan repayment program to help specifically with rural hospitals, healthcare workers, and to do so by creating this loan repayment incentive. That program was provides for those who work for a minimum of 3 years in those particular areas. You'll notice one of the rural definitions in the bill references back to how they define rural. That was from a subsequent conversation with the former director of that program, who, as I said, sort of had a similar story. They created the program. There was very little money in it, but once they were able to have an infusion of dollars, it's become quite a robust program. In fact, the Senate just passed, I think last week, a bill to further appropriate money to that program to expand the eligibility, because they are seeing a success with that program in helping rural healthcare. And so, as we've talked about before, the educator shortage is real, and we hope that this will be sort of a major step toward addressing that. And I'm happy to take any questions that I can about the bill.
Thank you. Questions? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. Good morning. Just a question, going back on your comment about the success of the rural healthcare program, do you happen to have any information from that background of what the starting salary is for nurses of rural healthcare as compared to teachers?
I have information about educator starting salary. I'm not as familiar with healthcare. It's definitely higher.
Thank you.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Cornell.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question, Brian. The healthcare rule is being successful. They're finding that people are staying, or is it too soon to say that they're staying after the incentives end?
My understanding in my conversation with the former director is that they were having success with people staying. I kind of harken back to, I'm not sure if it was here or in the teacher shortage committee, but you heard from the superintendent in the Newport School District, where they are really struggling to find and retain qualified teachers. They have, I think she said, half of their teaching staff is on site-based licenses. Sadly, their contract that was before the voters, I think it's one of the few ones that did not pass this year in March, and so so there is a real struggle there, and so I think of communities like that where something like this could be helpful. One thing, and not related to that, but I think there was a question earlier regarding the appropriation and the ability to live within the amount that hopefully is greater than $1. On page 2 of the bill, lines 28 through 30 does allow, through the rulemaking process, the ability to establish protocols for determining the number of awards based on the appropriation. And Representative Ladd mentioned the Idaho program. So they had a very similar framework to the guidance that was given to their Department of Education, and living within the appropriation and what was passed in the bill, they established a rubric for how they would prioritize underserved and rural districts, sort of like a point system. I brought some copies of that with me today. The other thing I'll leave the committee is states have been aggressive in the last few years in trying to address this issue. And in this particular area, I brought some examples from other states of what it is they have done in this particular area. I will say some of them have gone beyond just the loan repayment issue, but many of them have adopted programs that take some, portion of the pipeline of educators to help support them in those early years. So more than you asked about, but I wanted to make sure I mentioned that. Yep.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there anyone else who wanted to testify on Senate Bill 217? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll close the hearing on that bill. And we've got a little bit of time until we hear SB 521. 5.
10:45.
We got 15 minutes.
Oh, wait, it's 10:45.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, this is a 30-second warning. We are going to be starting here very shortly. It's just like basketball. The buzzer goes off and did you watch there was yeah. Okay, we're ready to go ahead for the second hearing we're having this morning. It's 10:45. We're looking at 521. This is relative to the educational credentials for master teacher. And I'd like to welcome Senator Innes' Administrative Assistant, Grant Bossy.
Good morning, Chairman Ladd. It's always a pleasure to be back before the House Education Committee. My name is Grant Bossy, Deputy Chief of Staff at the New Hampshire Senate, and I am here to introduce Senate Bill 521 on behalf of Senator Dan Innes, the bill's prime sponsor. New Hampshire's had a master teacher certification on the books since 1998 as a way for experienced teachers to continue their professional development. Master teachers could help their schools develop their curricula and serve as mentors and supervisors to younger faculty. The problem is that nobody gets one. There are literally no master teachers currently certified in New Hampshire, so the Professional Standards Board is recommending a change to a competency-based portfolio. Another problem identified by the Senate Education Committee was the fee attached to the master teacher application. $800 is simply too high a barrier for teachers seeking this path. The bill as amended would set the fee at $100 for the initial application and $25 for annual renewal. The department had set the much higher $800 fee based on the hours it estimated would be needed under the current arduous process. Senator Innes would ask you to consider three things. One, this estimate is based on the hours needed to complete the review, but the marginal cost is actually zero unless the department needs to bring in more staff. Two, the new competency-based criteria should greatly reduce the time required for review. And three, we don't actually know how many man hours are needed since no one seeks the certification now. Let's get some master teachers certified, and if the department needs to adjust the fee to meet the actual costs, Senator Innes would certainly be open to amending the law. For more than a quarter century, the master teacher certificate has been a road not taken for New Hampshire teachers. Senator Innes would like to clear the road so we can recognize and reward experienced teachers who serve as leaders in their schools. If you have any questions for Senator Innes, I will be sure to get you an answer. Thank you for your consideration and support of Senate Bill 521.
Thank you, Grant. Are there any questions from the committee on this bill? Yes, Representative Dry.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. What's the benefit to a teacher for pursuing this?
It's professional development. It's a way that they can demonstrate not only mastery of their subject area, but that they are leaders within the school. They can help craft the curricula for that district, for that department. They can mentor younger faculty and demonstrate that there's leadership. Perhaps it's a path to administration if they want to move up to be a vice principal, they want to be a department head. It's hard to know exactly what teachers are going to be getting out of this because the process has been so arduous that none have tried. So Senator Innes would say, we've had this on the books. Let's see if we can get some people doing it and determine if it's a benefit or not.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning. A follow-up to Representative Dry's question. If there's no reward or incentive for this, those characteristics of a master teacher you just spoke about are already in play in most schools by teachers that step up and do the work. So why would I don't understand the value of this. They're already doing the professional development. They're already leading. They're already helping with curricular development and take administrative roles through their degree work and through their years in the school system. So I don't understand if there's nothing of extra value for this.
Well, there could be something of extra value if a local school district wanted to provide, say, a salary bump or extra benefits for it. That would obviously be up to the local school district to do. This would be something the teacher could have on their resume to show leadership to another district. The benefits are really for the teachers to decide and for the local school boards to decide if this is something they want to reward. The state doesn't pay teachers. So we couldn't say, oh, if you get a
That's
master
true.
teacher, you get a $5. I'm sorry, the state of New Hampshire as a political entity does not pay teachers or determine their salaries and benefits. So if you couldn't simply say, well, you get a 5% pay bump, you get a $3,000 pay bump. That would be up for the local school districts to decide.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Further, Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. I'm not sure you're the one to answer this question, but there already is a National Board of Certification of Teachers that's very rigorous. I'm wondering if you know if we have any teachers in our state right now that are nationally board certified.
I do not know. I can check for you.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions, Representative Tanner and then Representative Lekes?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Again, this may be more for the department, but do you know what the process right now is to become a master teacher?
I have the current law. It's RSA 189-14F. And among the many requirements are a master's level or degree or graduate coursework in curriculum development, teaching experience, including at least 7 years with a teaching certificate, demonstrated quality teaching to be satisfied by meeting professional criteria developed by the Professional Standards Board, quantitative evaluations of teaching quality from students, parents, peers, and administrators, at least 3 classroom observations of the candidate by an independent observer from outside the candidate's school district, and at least 4 significant and rigorous written tasks and exercises. As you can see, that's quite a challenging obstacle course. I can leave this with the clerk. It's just a copy of the RSA. And the Professional Standards Board is recommending a less arduous competency-based model to a base portfolio rather than this rather extensive list of requirements.
Representative Lekes?
Thank you for taking my question. Do you know if there are any rules or laws on the book at the moment that would keep a school district from paying these license fees rather than the teacher? Because it seems to me like it's the school district who's going to benefit. The teacher is going to be working harder. So why should the teacher pay money to work harder?
I do not know. I think the department could probably tell you. I don't know of anything that prohibits the district from paying the licensing fee. For instance, the educator credential is an annual, I think it's every 3 years that a teacher would pay. Those are generally out of pocket, but I don't think there's anything on the books preventing the school district from writing the check themselves if they so desire.
Thank you.
Representative Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Do you think is there any incentive for the state to say, oh, I have so many master teachers in my state? I mean, is that part of the plan here? Because I also feel like, first of all, I never even knew the certification existed. Maybe I should have, but I taught for 4 years and never even thought about this, or didn't know about it. But is there, the end game, yay, we have so many master teachers in New Hampshire, is that?
I think that would be a benefit. I think, as Representative Woodcock pointed out, an $800 fee for something with no immediate tangible benefit, nobody's bothered doing it. And I think if we lower that threshold, we can get some more people in and maybe demonstrate, all the experienced, competent teachers we have in the state.
Like, follow up?
Yes.
Just a quick, I'll say, would you believe, I think we have a lot of master teachers in this state, but they're not master teachers.
I would believe that.
So, thank you.
Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Could you inform us about master teacher programs in other states if they exist, and what kind of criteria do they have, and also what purpose does it serve?
I could not at the moment, but I can look into it if the department doesn't know off the top of their heads.
Are there further, Representative Cornell?
Thank you, Chair Ladd, and thank you for taking my question. I know that there are districts that have people in positions just like this, that in Manchester it's called building level instructional coordinator, that do all of this job, that don't have to go through this to be a master teacher. So I don't know what the benefit of having to go through all that to do the job that's already being done by someone who doesn't have to do this?
Yeah, as I said, this is an existing state program for now 26 years ago. This legislature decided to set this up, and it just set the obstacle course a little too rough for people to go through it. So I think, yeah, a lot of local districts are doing their own version of this. This would create a statewide version of it and use the Department of Education to certify, yes, you meet the criteria as a master teacher.
Thank you.
Just as a little bit of a history on this, going back to the previous administration over at DOE, when we went from No Child Left Behind into our current Elementary Secondary Education Act, we had master teacher as one of the indicators of the delivery of an adequate education of the school districts. But it was eliminated, seeing that the hurdles to get master teacher were so high that we had no master teachers. So it was deleted as a requirement or one of those indicators of we're delivering an opportunity for an adequate education, which we've looked at those indicators just the other day. Further questions? Yes, Representative Tanner.
Actually, just a question on a follow-up on yours. I just noted in here that the master teacher rules that were so strict and so stringent came through in 1998. And as Representative Hall said, I taught for 35 years. I knew a couple people who had gotten master teacher, but basically it was having a master's degree and teaching a number of years and applying for it. It really wasn't as rigorous as that was in 1998. And I'm just wondering if, how that happened and why it happened then. So
I don't date back to 1998, but I can say when Ginny Berry was commissioner and when Heather Gage was working in curriculum hall, that's when we took it out of the indicators because there was nobody here in the state.
Yeah, I happened to come to work for the New Hampshire House back in fall of 1998. So this had passed just before I came over.
Further questions? Thank you very much, Grant.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Irv Richardson. Good morning.
Yep.
The red light has to come on your.
That's silver button?
Yeah, there we go. I have the right to remain silent, but not the ability. Good morning. My name is Irv Richardson, and I'm here today to speak in favor of SB 521. I have experience as an elementary school teacher and a principal. I am currently the coordinator of public education and school support for NEA New Hampshire. I also teach research courses in the doctoral program at Southern New Hampshire University. For 6 years, I had the privilege of serving on the Professional Standards Board here in New Hampshire. And while on the board, I chaired the subcommittee that worked to update the regulations on the master teacher license, which had expired, as Grant said, in 2012. The subcommittee met from mid-2020 through 2021, and we presented our recommendations to the PSB in November of 2021. The committee's recommendations were unanimously approved. Our committee began our work reviewing RSA 189-14F that created the Master Teacher Certificate in 1998. The committee noted that the RSA, as Grant pointed out, was very restrictive about who could apply for the license and the requirements for earning it. The RSA also gave the master teacher the ability to evaluate other teachers, which we worried might contradict state law within a bargaining unit, as well as negatively affect school cultures. The committee did feel it was important to recognize outstanding teacher leaders for their leadership in their schools, their districts, and the work they do across the state. When we began our work, we felt there were three options for the RSA: keep it as written and change the regulations, recommend that it be eliminated and we don't need a master teacher license, or amend it and the accompanying regulations. To ensure, and you already know this, but to ensure that we wouldn't negatively affect anyone who held the certificate, we reached out to the department and said, okay, geographically, where are they? Are there certain subject areas? And they're like, this is easy, no one's ever held it. Since no one had ever held it, this led our committee to recommend that the RSA be revised. If we've had it for 20 plus years and no one's ever wanted it, maybe there's something wrong with the requirements. Once it is revised, which this legislation will do, if passed, new regulations could be developed that would hopefully encourage more teachers to apply for the license. The legislation that Senator Innes, Ward, Waters, Fenton, and Representatives Cascadin, Ladd, Myler, and Petrino have sponsored aligns with the revisions that the master teacher regulations were recommended to and accepted by New Hampshire's Professional Standards Board. The proposed legislation would allow for the development of a competency-based portfolio, which would include reliable scoring that would help ensure that the master teacher license would be held by educators who had already demonstrated their teaching abilities in the classroom and their leadership skills in New Hampshire schools and districts. There are several reasons why supporting the creation of a viable master teacher license will help education in New Hampshire. Research consistently shows that when leadership is distributed throughout a school and a district, student achievement increases. From my personal experience, I think the research shows this because the job of being a principal requires being an instructional leader, being a facilities manager, working with parents, guardians, and other community members, as well as developing relationships with the staff and students in the school. It's difficult for one person to accomplish all these tasks well in a given day, week, month, or even a school year. Distributing leadership for the tasks like overseeing the school's mentoring program, developing performance assessments that will work in the classroom, and being a head teacher for a content area department frees up time for administrators to focus on other priorities for the school. The idea of distributing leadership to master teachers has been done successfully in several other states, and I can speak to those because we did use their work to inform ours on the subcommittee. It's also been done here in New Hampshire with districts like Jaffrey, Rindge, and Conval, who have partnered with Keene State to implement successful teacher leader programs. I also believe that when a master teacher teaches in the classroom and then steps outside of their classroom to add their expertise to a school, district, or state project, it opens up what I would call a career lattice for them. I say lattice instead of ladder because being a master teacher allows an educator to gain skills to become an administrator if they choose to, but it also has them expand the impact that they have on students without having to leave the classroom. And there was some interesting research that was done by the MetLife Foundation, where they asked 1,000 teachers, would you want to have combined classroom teaching requirements and leadership responsibilities? 51% said yes. And then they said, how many of you are really interested in becoming an administrator? 6%. When we testified before to a subcommittee, my colleague Emily Sherman, who's a STEM teacher in Portsmouth, testified in support of this bill. And she couldn't be here today, but I promised her I would forward some of her thoughts. And she testified that many teachers have the desire to continue to teach and also assume leadership positions in a school or a district as department chairs, mentors, and by working on other district initiatives. And in New Hampshire's competency model, that should not always involve advanced degree work. If passed, SB 521 will recognize teachers for the leadership work they've already done in their schools and districts. It requires teachers and CTE personnel interested in obtaining this license to document that leadership contributions they have made by creating a portfolio of teaching and leadership that will be objectively scored. Both Emily and I urge the committee to recommend that SB 521 ought to pass, and I would be glad to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Irv. Representative Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here, Mr. Richardson. So I'm still asking myself, what's in it for the teacher? What's in it? Because innately, if you are a leader, you're probably going to lead in your school. So that's part one, and part two would be, how does this tie into the mentorship programs? Do you see a master teacher being selected to be a mentor in a mentoring program, that would be well, choose me, I'm a master teacher? So
I would see that as a possibility, Representative Hall, but not necessarily a requirement. There are people who are serving as mentors, as you know. And by the way, I think you were a master teacher. But there are also people working on performance assessments, people who are working on different districts' initiatives. So there are 3 contracts that currently give you additional compensation if you are a master teacher or have national board. And to answer your question there, last time we looked, 29 national board certified teachers in New Hampshire. Many of those came from other states and got certified in other states. But if this certificate and license existed, and if it was viable, then there could be ways that compensate the people who choose to hold this. And in talking with the department, we thought maybe 1% to 2% of the eligible people in the state would apply for it, which would be 200 to 400 educators total. And what could come out of that would be, I'm applying for work in another district, or I'm applying to graduate school. So not only am I certified as a teacher and principal, but I also hold a master teacher certificate.
Further questions, Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Dr. Richardson, for being here. Your rep nationally precedes you into this position.
Thank you.
Dr. Richardson has been noted for his work nationally with professional standards boards, et cetera. So I have a series of questions I'd like to have you clarify. You clarified one, that we have 29 national board. Could you outline for the committee what it means to be a nationally board certified teacher and the rigor that it takes to become one of those? Because I think it is relevant to what we're trying to talk about here. That's my first question.
Yep, thank you. And I should have pointed out that Emily is a national board certified teacher from her work in Maine, and now she's teaching here in our state. The committee thought there were 2 things that we wanted to recognize. So national board is a national process. There's the National Board for Professional Teaching Standards. It's probably about 500 hours worth of work and about several $1,000s to apply for that certification. It recognizes a teacher for his or her work in the classroom in that subject area. So I would like to have national board certification for my high school math teaching. Most of the application deals with what I do with students in the classroom. And so we felt on this subcommittee that if you want national board to be recognized for your classroom work, there certainly should be a viable pathway to do that. Although this state doesn't reward it as other states do. But if you said, no, my contribution is not only to my classroom, but I also work on assessment, or I work on the mentoring program, or I'm a head teacher for science at the high school, that we wanted to offer a pathway for people to be recognized for their leadership outside of the classroom. So we wanted a pathway which is national board for people who want to stay in their classroom and be recognized for that work, and a pathway for people who choose to step outside and be recognized for that. Does that answer your?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Second question is, it's more of a statement, I guess. Isn't it true that in some states, they basically provide funding for teachers who want to pursue the state board, the national board certification, 1, and 2, isn't it true that in some collective bargaining agreements, there is a negotiated section within that agreement that recognizes that kind of achievement to provide at least some financial incentive for people to pursue those issues? Is that true?
That is true. In some states like North Carolina, if you had national board, whatever you were making, it's plus $5,000. They've since backed off from that. But there are states that if you choose to seek that certification, we will support you financially. And should we go that route, I think there are ways that it might be wrapped into graduate credits or something like that through universities, which would help their enrollment and would make it easier for someone to pursue national board.
And finally, isn't it true that to become nationally certified, as I said earlier, it's a very rigorous process?
Yes.
But in the rigor of that, there is also a lot of professional development for that candidate, for that certificate, and they learn a lot, and they actually improve their own teaching as a result of the portfolios, et cetera, that they have to provide.
Yes, that's built, the reflection is built into the process, submitting a videotape that's scored. It's not just I fill out the paperwork. It's someone looks at it and says, yes, this candidate, it qualifies for national board.
So my hope would be that, obviously I'm a co-sponsor of this, that the passage of this might be a precursor to a more rigorous process that the state might ultimately do to really try to pump up the issue of creating more master teachers recognized by both from a certification standpoint and also from a financial standpoint, and the issue of leadership within a school as a result of that.
Yeah, I think you're right. You know, since graduating from Dartmouth in 78 in teacher prep, one of 7 people who did that, I think that there was this notion that there was a pipeline where you drop in a teacher and it spits her out as an administrator on the other end. I think it's more like cascading pools. There are some people who really choose to stay in the classroom and build their skills and want to share those while working with students.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further questions, Representative Lekis?
I don't know, it seems to me like we're going about this the wrong way in saying, teacher, you apply and get your master teachers, instead of saying the school recognizes that we have this person who in effect is a master teacher, and the school does the stuff to, you know, and might say, we'd like you to submit a portfolio or whatever, you know, can ask, but it seems like it should be motivated by the school and the state, especially if, as the state wants more master teachers. It doesn't seem like a person who's already working more should be working more to get acknowledged for the work that they're doing. That seems backwards to me. And based on the things that you heard when you were working on this committee, does that make sense or seem feasible to have it be the opposite? Because I know in a lot of industry, it's the industry that grants the certification reward, the whatever, that says you're a super employee, right? Of whatever thing. And so this seems like a backwards way to go. What do you think?
I think that's a great point. And we did come up with some possible regulations, but we didn't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, like, oh, and this is how this could work. If the law wasn't changed, then we couldn't really put that into place. But should the law change, we actually thought that it should be scored by the local professional development committee, because you would know my work as a leader in this district, but because it's a statewide license, that it would need to be verified at the state level. So it would be a combination of those things. And we also have some grant money, not through the Teachers Association, but from the University of Florida, to field test this, that when the legislation passes, okay, let's do a couple rounds of you write a portfolio and you score it, and what do we need to change? So by the time we could hand it over with department's help on this process, we would know that it would be a viable process. Where the things, my understanding, I was not involved with the state in '98, but the things like the standardized assessment of teaching by parents, that was never developed. So had Muriel decided she wanted to do it, none of that infrastructure was in place.
Thank you.
Further question, Representative Terry?
Thanks. When you were discussing at the outset the process in which you engaged, at the initial stage, you indicated that there were several possible courses of action that were identified. Was the one that you chose, the one that has produced this product, pretty much, would you say, self-evident to you, or were there any, with respect to any of the other courses of action, was there anything that commended those courses of action that you actually discarded because you found this one too superior? Could you just drill down on that a little bit more for us and elaborate?
The three options were keep the law as it is. That was a problem for us because, well, if the current law And it's so prescriptive about 3 standardized, 3 observations from someone who doesn't belong in your school district, that if no one's held it in 20 years, that's probably not going to work. So then we looked at the field and like, do you want to have a master teacher? And they're like, well, sure. What does it look like? Because people did not know about it. And so there was interest, but it needed to change. The law needed to change. So we looked, and this will actually, I think I should give this to you, Chairman Ladd. We actually surveyed all 50 states with the help of NASDEC, which is the National Association of State Directors of Education and Certification, and found out what are the states that hold master teacher licenses, places like Ohio that does a portfolio, and what's been their outcome with it. So when we found, gee, there are other states doing it in different ways, that really led us down. If we could change the law, then here might be a viable process for encouraging more people to apply.
Representative Damon and then Representative Dry.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Could you please speak to any perspective you may have on how the prior or the existing master teacher process may or may not have been communicated to potential applicants, and then parallel going forward, if this bill were to pass, what might there be to invite teachers to participate? How would they know?
I'm not really sure. I know it was an RSA and there were regulations for the DOE. I can't speak to how they put that out there. I'm looking at Representative Cascadin as a superintendent. Did we ever get anything out to say, hey, you have teachers, and I know you did, who could have applied for this? And my immediate thinking about the way to get it out is I know there are 53 teachers working on statewide competency-based assessments, and they pull together work groups, voluntary work groups, to work on issues like that. There are 53 districts that have mentoring programs, and a meeting with the DOE in 2 Fridays to talk about those districts. So I would say yes, there should be general ways of getting the information out, but I also would target those people who I think might already be doing the things that we think would be good enough to become a master teacher and ask them to apply. I would want to make sure that we had a viable process rather than, oh, maybe in 6 months there'll be a way to do this. Hopefully we could field test and get the DOE to say, yes, these are the regulations, get the PSB to accept the regulations, send them to the state board and get the word out there. Although I am concerned, I was trying to figure out who was on the PSB for currently practicing teachers, and there's 1 teacher and 8 vacancies right now, according to the website, which made contacting the teachers easy.
Who had the next question here? Representative Dry.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So looking at the current statute, it talked about 3 classroom observations from an independent observer from outside the district.
Yep.
And you're talking about moving it to locally being done. And I just wondered, does the fact that it's got to be verified at the state level then take that element of, familiarity rather than impartial out of that?
That's a great question. I think there are, should this law be passed, we would see that you as a teacher get evaluated every year anyway. So why not use that existing evaluations? You would have had to have taught for 7 years. So you've got a record. Why do we need to bring in someone outside? We don't have a statewide evaluation model. So the person who comes in would need to know we use Danielson or Safi or whatever model we use. And it would be someone who didn't know the kids, didn't know the district, didn't know the curriculum, who would come in 3 times to say you're a master teacher. That seems a little foreign, as opposed to, I've been your administrator, I've observed you for 7 years, and then put that into your portfolio without having to hire someone to come evaluate you.
Further questions from the committee? Well, thank you very much, Irv.
Thank you.
I can recall when I was an elementary principal up in Alaska before getting in administration, but as principal, I had a budget where I'd look for master teachers in the lower 48. I looked for nationally board certified teachers. I'd fly them up, interview them, wine and dine them at our expense up there. That's when we were flooded with dollars, and employ them. And it made a big difference in the school.
Who's the one they came from?
Well, I wasn't worried about that. Our achievement scores were pretty good.
Yes. Funny how that works.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you for your time this
You're more than
morning.
welcome. Are there any other speakers on this bill? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. We're closing this hearing. And we're going to move into the next hearing, which is 340, SB 340, relative communication between parents and school districts regarding special education. And Senator Murphy, you got the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2 bills in 2 days.
Yeah.
Happy to see you all again. I represent the people of Goffstown, Hooksett, Candia, Raymond, and Manchester's District, Ward 1. This is a simple bill that was brought at the request of SAU 19, the town of Goffstown, and their business administrator. What this bill does essentially is make it so that parents can, by default, receive communications regarding IEPs via email versus via postage. They can still request to get the documentation from postage. That's still an option under the bill, but the default would be via email. The benefits of doing this is that, number one, it would be faster. I can say that I have a child who receives IEPs. The communication must be received promptly. It must be returned promptly. And having that happen via email is instant versus taking a day or two to get to me, a day or two to get back. That would be a huge benefit. It would save a lot of money. This is not one simple piece of paper back and forth over the course of a year. In some cases, it's 2 or 3 a month. And so you multiply that expense by all the parents receiving IEP information, it would save a considerable amount of money for the district. Does preserve the option to receive information for IEPs via UPS, Postal Service, and finally, it allows for re-notifications. So people at both ends know when their email's been received and has been read. And I hope that someone is here from SAU 19 to back me up on this, because it was at their request, but this came out of the Senate on consent. Okay.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Any questions?
I got one question for you. When
Yes, sir.
working with the districts which this is coming from, was there any discussion regarding having to have parental permission to send this confidential information out via the web before it was done?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. There was some discussion of that in the Senate hearing. I believe you've accessed the Senate report, but
No, I have not looked at that.
Yes,
Just
sir.
asking the question.
yes, sir. I can answer the question. The assistant principal of Maple Avenue School in Goffstown said that SAU 19 employs a platform which provides a process for parents to confirm information, which they can then be updated at any time. So I believe the answer is yes.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Senator.
Yes, sir.
In light of what you just read, has anyone looked into federal regulations regarding that? Because federal regulations require written notice. So I'm just wondering if have there been any problems anywhere, in New Hampshire or other states where written notice might mean handwritten or typed rather than electronic communication?
That's the first time I've been asked that question, but I can say that my understanding is that the vast majority of parents do choose to receive their communication via email when given the opportunity. But the first few forms still must go via mail. They have to mail me the form and saying, is it okay if we email you the information from here on out? And I've got to sign that and mail that back. And then from then, at that point on, things can happen via email. But since it happens via email already, I don't think that would be an issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In your testimony, or which you've had over in the Senate on the other side of the wall, Was there any kind of a presentation from the Department of Education, Special Education regarding the question just Glenn asked?
There was no one there from the State Department of Education to testify for the bill, either for or against. All the testimony received on the bill was positive.
Thank you. Further question, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. How are you doing, Senator? Welcome to see you again. Just a question, was there any dialogue, surprised that DOE wasn't there, but probably not. Was there any dialogue at the testimony about the implication of deadlines from special education as required parent interaction that would maybe negated by electronics, or the timeliness, the 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, those things, or all of a sudden it showed up the night before? Was there any of that dialogue about?
There was significant conversation regarding deadlines and the importance, because those are statutory deadlines. They have to be met by the district. And it was all positive for email, because email is instantaneous, as opposed to taking 2 or 3 days to get to the parent, 2 or 3 days to get back, 2 or 3 days to go back to the parent again.
Right.
Email is immediate.
Okay.
So
Thanks.
it was strongly in favor of email.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And when the parent signs it, it's not by a robot. You got to do that little box like you do for your IRS. Other questions? Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any other cards referencing this particular bill? Not seeing any. We're good. We're closing down the hearing. Next hearing is scheduled for when here? So we have about a little bit of time, stretch a little bit. I had
I think I've spent more time on this than the last couple of years.
Sure. Whoa.
Okay, we're ready to go ahead with the last bill that's scheduled for hearing this morning. This is SB 338 relative to the Education Professional Standards Board, and I welcome Representative Waters. Or Senator Dave Waters.
I was the representative.
I was trying
Spent a lot of time
I was trying to elevate you.
Yeah, I know. It's true. It's true. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I think. I'm Senator David Waters, District 4, introducing Senate Bill 338 relative to the Educational Professional Standards Board. The bill language itself, as you'll see, adds a member to this board. So we have two changes. It goes to 22 members and adding the administrator of the Department of Education Bureau of Career Development, or designee. It was, not exactly an oversight that such a person who was so deeply involved in career development was not placed on this board. This recommendation does come to you from the Career and Technical Education Advisory Council. And I would just want to note that, of course, the CTE centers are so deeply involved in student credentialing and consider an inclusion of someone who could represent them on this board fitting. And there's some discussion about, well, should we just say the director of the state CTEs or a CTE director? And the Commissioner Edelblu thought, well, because the hierarchy in the Department of Ed is that because CTE is in the Bureau of Adult Education, that would be appropriate to phrase it this way. But the understanding is that it's quite likely that it will be the designee, and it will either be Jeff Beard, the state director, or select a director from elsewhere. So that's the way it's, the intent is pretty clear, but the commissioner thought this is the best way to phrase that because of the hierarchy of there not being with the reorganization a few years ago, there's no longer a separate bureau for career and technical education that was folded into the adult education. So that was the way, that's why we came up with this wording, but that is the intent, that the people who are right there on the ground working with students about credentialing and those programs, that's what's so valuable about them, is you come out of them with the credentialing, that there ought to be somebody on this board that can speak for that group and work with them. So, Mr. Chairman, that is the bill.
Thank you very much, Senator Waters. On that item E there, where it says Administrator of the Department of Education Bureau of Career Development, or selected local CTE director instead of designee?
The wisdom of this committee is nearly infinite. I'm sorry. I just wanted to explain why. I thought I'd turn that off. My apologies. Don't appoint him. Don't appoint him, okay? But I'm sure if that's the change that you felt was necessary, that I would imagine the Department of Education would see that as reasonable.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Cornell?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question, Senator Waters. Line 7, where it says B, 9 members representing classroom teachers, educational specialists, or instructional specialists. Is there any designation of what proportion? Are they elementary? Are they high school? Are they CTE teachers?
Thanks for the question. Since this bill only changes that one place, I didn't really look into the rest of it.
Okay.
So it's possible that they do,
Okay.
but I think that in terms of somebody who is intimately connected with what the CTEs do is the point of this, and with the chair's potential amendment, that would be even clearer.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? see your preceding lunch.
That's always a good place to be.
So thank you very much, Senator, and have a
Thank
good
you all.
day.
Yeah, you too.
Okay, Ann Fowler? Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Ann Fowler, and I'm from Concord Regional Technical Center, representing NICTA. Michael, what'd you say?
Silver button on the base.
Silver.
Yeah.
Here we go.
There you
I'll
go.
start again. My name is Ann Fowler. I'm the principal of Concord Regional Technical Center, and I'm here on behalf of NICTA, New Hampshire Career and Technical Association. It comprises of all our teachers and administrators. With regards to this proposed bill, our association has taken a deep look into it, and CTE needs to be represented on the PSB, the Professional Standard Board. The requirements and process for hiring a CTE teacher is very unique and has many nuances. We have 28 centers, over 400 staff members. Those staff members come from industry. They have very different credentialing requirements, different backgrounds, and they're hired because of their industry knowledge, their knowledge of equipment, their industry recognized certifications, and more importantly, their connections to the industry. We are CTE because of them. Our success is because of them. NICTA has tried for 3 years to get somebody on this board, unsuccessfully. They've applied, they've gone through the formal process, and because they've been unsuccessful, they've even requested the open seats. There's been 9 open seats. If you look at B, there's been 9 open seats, and we still haven't been granted access to sitting on this board. So due to the unique requirements of our centers and the unsuccessful attempts in getting somebody on this board, we recommend that we change the language in E to read CTE licensed administrator currently employed in a CTE center. Yep, CTE licensed administrator currently employed in a CTE center.
Sounds like Steve Rothenberg.
Does it?
That where you get it?
No, I wrote it myself this morning, believe it or not.
All right.
And I'm done, so if you want any questions.
Are there any questions of Ms. Fowler? Yes, Representative Terry?
So you said that you applied without success.
Correct.
On several occasions.
Yes. They said 3 years.
Can you describe the nature of that resistance, or at least how that resistance was portrayed to you, or was there just silence?
That I do not know. I'm representing the association who gave me the talking point that for 3 years they've applied and been unsuccessful.
Okay,
I didn't ask that detail.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Thanks.
Yep.
Representative Hall?
Okay, Mr. Chair, thank you for taking my question. You suggested replacing letter E with the CTE licensed administrator currently employed in a CTE center.
Correct.
Is there a reason why you haven't, is that different than adding F? Or F would give one more person, I guess?
Yeah, right.
Or I guess I'm just wondering who the administrator of the Department of Ed Bureau of Career Development.
Sure.
Can that be the same person as the CTE?
No, they're 2 different roles. Prior to my position as principal of Concord Regional Technical Center, I worked for the Bureau of Career Development. And that role is slightly different. They don't fire the staff members that are in individual CTE centers. They oversight the quality control of how we administer our programs, Perkins funding. They do monitoring visits. But the actual, meeting with the individual applicants in our role is at the local level. We're in our schools, we're in our buildings, we're working with the business community in our neighborhoods. So when we have our applications and we're interviewing our candidates, that's the responsibility of the CTE administrator. So,
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Representative Damon?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. So I'm wondering if you could comment on something that we heard in a prior hearing this morning. I believe the speaker then said that there's only 1 position filled of the 9 members, what's line B or line 7, letter B on this bill? Is that correct? That
I did hear that there were many unfilled positions. I didn't get a quantity, but there's many unfilled positions. And that leads to our puzzlement of why they would not let us sit on this board. So in lieu of continuing down that path, it's best that we write it so that we have a position, on the board directly.
Thank you.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. I have two questions, Chairman Ladd.
Fine.
Thank you. You didn't notice.
Remember lunch.
I don't eat it. Thank you.
Oh, you don't eat lunch?
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. As someone who has a wife who spent 32 years in vocational education, I understand that, and having served on the school board there for a different time. I have two questions. The first one is, as your wording, suggested wording for an amendment or a change to E, the part that who currently serves as a licensed administrator, is it possible, just thinking, because I know sometimes people around this table here are uncomfortable having someone who's in the field. So I was wondering if it currently served as, or who has served as. Could that, if you have 9 centers or 10 centers?
28
20
centers.
centers. So that would at least give you 28 plus who were there before.
Yeah, I mean, it's been my experience that the environment that we work in changes very quickly.
Mhm.
And when somebody retires or leaves or moves on, I would hesitate to have them play such an important role in this decision-making process.
Although that might be one more than you have now, right?
Right, right.
And the second question, thank you. And strictly for my own lack of knowledge, had nothing with this. I have a lot of lack of knowledge, but this as well. Who actually does, falling back on the Representative Terry's question, who actually does the appointing?
Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Originals.
My suspicion, and I don't know the law that well, but I think the commissioner of the Department of Education approves most of these positions.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions? I have one for you here. I'm looking at line 7 and 8 also, where it says 9 members representing classroom teachers, education specialists, or instructional specialists. Adding on that, of which one shall be a CTE teacher. Then on line E, referencing the director of CTE, a director from CTE. We'd get that in there somehow.
Yeah, I would agree to adding this of one of which may be a CTE teacher, but if E is not phrased licensed administrator, because I'm a principal, right, a different title.
Yeah.
Saying director can also be misconstrued as the director of Bureau of Career Development.
I'm
which is-
agreeing with that.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to change that.
No,
That-
but
yeah.
that's why we said CTE licensed administrator,
Mhm.
because of allows us the mobility that the CTE administrators, some are directors, some are principals. So it allows to eliminate any confusion.
Yeah.
From that, that's all.
Thank you.
Because I'm technically a principal, and the technicality would be to eliminate me.
You have 2 hats then.
I do.
That's
I
right.
do.
That's just like your predecessor had.
Yes, correct.
Representative Cornell.
Well, this is just a point of information. I just looked it up, and the State Board of Education appoints the 20 members. So it's the state board that would appoint the 9 teachers.
Thank you.
I don't know why they haven't.
Thank you. Excuse me, any further questions for Ms. Fowler?
State Board.
Turn off the chair's mic.
Yeah. Seeing no further, Representative Woodcock, further question?
I missed whatever it was because I was cheating with Representative Damon here. Because we're looking at the law, research, thank you. We look at the law, it does say State Board of Ed appoints, but it says, quoting D, thank you, my associate here. Quoting D, it says, if I find D, take off my glasses, from nominations submitted by the education profession and interested persons. So it's really kind of, it says the State Board of Ed appoints, but doesn't really give you the process of how that D. So maybe that's just a point of information. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. See no further questions. Thank you very much for being here and your testimony. Is there anyone else who, Senator Waters, you wanted to rejoin us?
Yeah, if I may, and thank you. A really interesting and helpful conversation, the suggestions that are made. And I will suggest to the chair that he talk to the commissioner, and I'll certainly call Commissioner Edelblu, because I think the direction that, both suggestions do make very good sense. So let's see if we can't get this worked out. But thank you.
Thank you. And I think that closes the hearing on Senate Bill 338. And with that, we'll break for lunch and be back at 1 o'clock.
Okay, we're ready to go ahead this afternoon with the last bill we have today for hearing, and that is SB 377, establishing the Achieving a Better Life Experience Able Savings Account Program Administrative Fund. And I'd like to welcome Senator Carson.
Thank you very much.
How's it feel to be back where you really
I know.
belong?
I was going to say it feels a little like deja vu. I spent 8 years in half of this room
Yeah.
on House Education, so it's a pleasure to be back. And I'd like to say good afternoon to all the members of House Education. For the record, my name is Sharon Carson, and I represent Senate District 14, comprising the towns of Londonderry, Hudson, and Auburn. And I have for your consideration this afternoon Senate Bill 377, which tries to establish the Achieving a Better Life Experience, or ABLE, Savings Account Program Administrative Fund. I do have just some of the testimony that I brought in, and I'd just like to go through it. This was written at the request of the State Treasurer and the Director for the Governor's Commission on Disability. The administrative fund would be separate and distinct from other funds, non-lapsing, and furnished by assessments on behalf of able participants. I'd also like to just go through a couple things here. The state of New Hampshire discontinued a 6-year partnership with the Ohio State Treasurer's Office and joined a new consortium of 19 states, the National ABLE Alliance, in October of 2023. As a part of this agreement, New Hampshire had the option to collect a small portion of the fee charged to participants, which is $5 a year, and use it for its own purposes. Since there's no funding for this program, New Hampshire opted to receive the $5 per year from each participant, and the monies will be deposited into this new dedicated fund. And the fund will support the administration of the program. There was also the language in RSA 195 K2:3, which is basically just a housekeeping measure. RSA 195 K2:3 already states that the administrative costs will be paid for by the savings plan. At this point, I will conclude my testimony. You have our state treasurer here, as well as Mr. Chuck Saya, who will be able to answer your questions about the fund. So thank you very much.
Are you
Mr.
going to
Chair.
take any questions?
I can try, but the experts, the people you really want to hear from are the people that are out here behind me. So
Are we going to let her off the hook that fast?
that's okay. I was on the hot seat all this morning, Mr. Chair, in Senate ED&A, so
Okay.
that's okay.
Well, are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Have a
Thank you
pleasant
very much,
afternoon.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, who wants to go first? Chuck or Monica?
We'll come together.
Together, okay. Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, State Treasurer Monica Missapelli, and with me is Charles Saya, and he'll introduce himself. I'll let him do
Yes,
that.
thank you, Monica. And good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Chuck Sayer, Executive Director, Governance Commission on Disability, and thank you for having us members of this committee.
Yes, thank you. I know Sarah Carson left, but we want to just thank Sarah Carson and the prime sponsors of this bill. This was a request from Executive Director Saya and myself to be able to amend the current statute regarding the ABLE savings program. So as you heard from Sarah Carson, the primary purpose of this amendment is to create a non-lapsing dedicated account, and is to be able to deposit a portion of a fee that gets charged to ABLE savings plan participants. Just to give you a little bit of background, as you may recall, the ABLE savings account program allow individuals with disabilities to and their families to save for disability-related expenses, and those expenses go, and those savings grow tax-free if they use it for that purpose to help themselves and for disability related expenses, and at the same time it helps them protect their federal benefits. So New Hampshire launched the ABLE program in New Hampshire in 2017 after until the Achievement of Better Life Experience Act of 2014 was enacted at the federal level. So at that time, my predecessor, the state treasurer, and Executive Chuck Sea partnered with the state of Ohio to have a program in the state. So that lasted for about 6 years, and about 2 years ago, when it was time to renew that agreement and revisit that agreement, we decided to terminate that relationship and join a new consortium, which is the National ABLE Alliance. Executive Director Chuck Sea and I decided that that was a better decision for the state at the time. So with this new contract, we do have the ability to collect a small fee, as we mentioned, and so we need a place to deposit the money, and that's really what this amendment is doing. It's just creating. It will allow the creation of a dedicated account, so when we receive those small dollars, we're able to have a place to put them and to budget for that. So that, in summary, that's what this amendment is doing. I will probably turn it over to Chuck for additional comments.
And thank you, State Treasurer Mezzapelli.
Why don't you move the mic?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And again, Mr. Chairman and members of this committee, thank you again for having us here today. As Monica had pointed out, we're looking at this as a housekeeping. You may remember, and members of this committee who sat here back in 2016, 2015, that's when RSA 195K was passed, which essentially brought ABLE savings accounts to the state of New Hampshire after there was 2014 federal legislation enacted. I will tell you, ABLE savings account truly game changers and life changing for individuals with disabilities, because individuals now have the opportunity to save money, as the state treasurer has stated, tax deferred, and it doesn't affect their potential for benefits such as supplemental security income and Medicaid. So it really was truly a game changer. So to have this program in the state of New Hampshire is wonderful. Now that we have joined a new consortium, which the enabling statute allows, the state treasurer and I have looked at, and in order to clean it up, because although the original statute states that no general funds shall be used to administer the program, we now have the opportunity to bring a bit of funds into the state, which the existing statute states, but we just wanted to clean it up. So that's essentially what we're looking to do, and I think the state treasurer said it very eloquently, and we're more than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Leckes.
Can you do me the favor of explaining how the ABLE plan works? When does it get paid in? How much? How does that work? Who pays it in? Who takes it out? When? All of that kind of stuff, because I've heard of it, but I don't understand exactly how it works. Thank you.
So I think I believe I'm going to try to answer your question related to this fund. So not for this fund.
Related to the
program.
actual program. This makes sense to me.
Okay, perfect.
I don't know how the program itself works.
Sure.
Try to explain it.
By all means, thank you for the question. Great question. And the state treasurer and I are always entertaining questions like this, because as a state, we want to get the word out about these accounts. So essentially, if you are an individual with a disability, this person with a disability can open up the account in his or her own name. There are a couple of criteria. The onset of the disability, excuse me, has to be by age 21. And also there are other conditions. Essentially, you have to be eligible, the individual would have to be eligible to receive SSI or Medicaid supplemental security income. So those are the basic standards to open up an account. Then the individual with the disability can contribute to his or her own account up to $18,000 a year. That's a big deal, because if you're receiving benefits such as SSI or Medicaid, there's a threshold that's out there. We hear the term $2,000. Essentially, individuals with a disability can't have more than $2,000 in assets, because it could jeopardize Medicaid or SSI. So in this situation, the individual could contribute to his or her own account on an annual basis, calendar year, up to $18,000, or any family members. And if the individual is working, that person can also contribute about another $14,000 a year. So it brings it up to about $32,000 a year, which is, again, State Treasurer and I use terms like game changer. It is a game changer, because when you look at it from the perspective of an individual who has a disability, parents and family members were always, and this is across the board, not unique to New Hampshire, had to stay under that threshold, the assets. So, and then as importantly, once the money is in the account and it's funded, and there are all types of investment options, you can choose a bank safe, which is a traditional checking account, but FDIC insured, or you can choose various investments, portfolios, from aggressive to least aggressive, whatever your tolerance is. But then the expenses have to be paid. They have to be related to the disability, and they have to inure to the benefit of quality of life. So if an individual with a disability has money in the account, and now they want to spend that money on what we refer to as a qualified disability expense, they can. And again, it won't jeopardize the Medicaid or the SSI. Qualified disability expense could be education, could be transportation. It really basic living expenses. So it runs the gamut. So that's a very high level. State Treasurer and I, we present often across the state to answer your question exactly, Representative. So I hope that helps out. And
It does very much. Thank you.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. If I read this right, you have 104 participants now, but your goal is 1,000. Sorry?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I was reading off the document you passed out.
Yes.
The accounts.
Okay, so you have 104 participants now, so that's like $520 we're talking about here, right? Okay. I just want to take the scheme of things here between the $34,000 and the $520. The second one is the participant. At some point they pass, this is for an eternal, right? So if they start before 21, they can go until 67, 80, 90 years old. Is that the intent? Okay. So when they pass away, where's the balance of the funds go?
Yeah. Would you like me, or you can?
Probably you.
What-
Probably better.
Yeah, another great question. Because the individual with a disability is the owner of the account, and you can only have one account, that's just nationwide, it would go through the estate process. So there's no beneficiary name that would actually receive it. But again, that's standard across the industry.
Okay. So, okay, okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Further questions, Representative Tanner?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Again, referring to the handout that you gave. The annual account maintenance fee, who receives that? Is that the Ohio group or whatever?
Yes, thank you for the question. So we work. So this program, again, we're part of a consortium of 19 states. So the state of Illinois actually leads the group, and they contracted with a program manager, Ms. called Ascensus. So Ascensus is the record keeper and the manager of all of the program, and they maintain the assets for all the accounts. So Ascensus collects the fee from the individuals. And they essentially they handle the administration of the program. So in terms of how this money is going to work, they're gonna assess it to the participant, and it's going to be they collect what they keep, and then they send the small portion to all of the states. So we will be receiving that on a quarterly basis after as
after that fee has been assessed.
So they're sending you some maintenance fee back to you as well?
That is correct.
But you feel as though it's not enough and that's why you're assessing the extra $5?
Oh, no, we are not assessing that. So this is part of, essentially, we enter into a contract that was already established that way. So some states collect that $5 as well. Some others use it to waive, to reduce the fee for the participants. We just chose to receive the $5, knowing that it's only essentially Chuck and I who manage the administration of this program in New Hampshire. So we thought that if we collected that $5 fee, we'll at least grow a little money to be able to continue to promote the program in the state. Similar to one of the things that we want to be able to do more is promote essentially the benefits of this program. And again, as we've heard before, it's not going to be a lot of money. It's just going to be just some in there that will get collected, and hopefully we're able to utilize it for the promotion of the program, for the benefit of this program.
May I have a follow-up on that?
Yes, go ahead.
So once I assume these are like health savings accounts, basically.
In a way.
Yeah.
Sure.
So once the person puts money into that, do they accrue interest or do they actually, you said investing?
Yeah, so these are savings accounts. So these are individual. It works similar to the college savings program, the 529 plan. They're sister programs that were designed. They're all under the same federal tax code. So essentially, the savings accounts, when participants that qualify for these accounts save their money in them, then they can choose whether they want to save it using the checking account option or the savings account option, or they could choose to invest their money long term, depending on how these individuals, their own personal needs, can choose to either save for short term or long term if they want to use it to save for retirement. I mean, this is the benefit of these accounts. They're a lot more flexible, and it is for the benefit of the disability community. For example, a savings program is only to save for college. So if you don't go to college, then at the federal level are trying to figure out what else they can do with those funds. This one is very flexible, so individuals with disabilities have the ability to just use it for their own purposes, to just to have a better life, while they essentially don't have to pay taxes if they put their money in those accounts, or they can use it for something else, savings, for other benefits. So it's very flexible. That's the benefit of this account.
If I want to open up an ABLE account, do I go to Fidelity? Do I go to Wells Fargo Advisors? Do I go across the street to Bangor Savings? What do I do?
So the website. So we have so with this change of program. So we used to be part of the Ohio plan. So we used to be called Stable New Hampshire Plan. Now our name for this program, sponsored by the state of New Hampshire, is called the New Hampshire ABLE Plan. So there is a website. And it's essentially what we need to promote more. And I don't have the link, but there's a website for this program, the New Hampshire ABLE Plan, and that's how essentially anyone can enroll and open an account that way. There are a lot of different ways to do it. I think mainly as to this, the enrollment form is online.
Right. And if I may, Mr. Chair, actually, if you go to nh.gov, right on the landing page at the bottom, there are a few tabs. The NH ABLE Plan is one of them, right on nh.gov. If you were to visit the State Treasurer's website, the Treasury, or the Governor's Commission on Disability, we also have links right there, which will direct the individual how to enroll. It's typically done online, but there is paper options also. There is no brick and mortar, so to speak, in the state of New Hampshire because we are part of this consortium of 19 states.
So just to follow up and then Representative Dry, if I wanted to open up a unique program, which is for education, or in my case, I have it with the Virginia plan, which is through American funds, but I do that through like a Fidelity or through American funds or through, Wells Fargo. You mean in order to open up the Able account here, I'm going to have to go, that's the only place where I can get at this is through the web? I can't go to, some kind of a mutual fund or something and select it?
That is correct. So the only place is through our landing page is the this Able New Hampshire plan, and as Census is a company that manages the plan. What the difference between, for example, and I'm from obviously our college savings program, we have our contract with Fidelity. So Fidelity uses Fidelity funds only. So the Able plan is different because a Census is the record keeper. It's just the company that manages the program. But the plan, the National Able Alliance has chosen to use different portfolio managers. So they have Vanguard portfolios, or there's that I believe the Sallie Mae is the savings account, the FDIC insured savings account is with Sallie Mae. So they have a committee. The National Able Alliance has a committee that decides what portfolios should be included or be part of this plan. So again, with New Hampshire, we our landing page is that that's really the place to enroll for these accounts. So it functions a little bit different.
Yeah. Representative Dry?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. So if you are doing okay advertising this with $520, if the program grows, is your advertising budget going to grow, or will you outgrow it maybe?
So this is the only source of funds that we will have. Again, the law is restricting our ability to have more funds. So this is the only other extra income. So obviously again, Chuck and I, we've been leveraging and working with, in the past it was Ohio doing most of the work. So we are the ones that go and do presentations to various disability groups. So we try to bring our folks with us from our offices, but this will allow us to have just a little bit more to perhaps pay for a little bit of, a promotion, advertising, or anything else. So, in terms of growing more, if the accounts, if we're able to promote this plan to absolutely every single eligible person in the state, yes, our accounts should grow and the funding should grow as well until we figure something else. What else? How if there's another way to grow our budget. But so right now, this will be, again, we'll go from 0 to having a little more.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman. Just a clarification to follow up on Representative Dry's question. So I'm looking at in the bill lines. Well, first one premise. This bill strikes out the general fund, meaning the state general fund, right? The state
Yes.
money. Okay, so there's no state money in that. And it's in the bill, it's changed the name to make it New Hampshire Able versus your Ohio piece. But when I go down to 24, 25, 26, I'm wondering if I'm understanding this correctly, because initially I was thinking, as some may have been, well, it's only $520. It's like a contract. Here's $1 to retain a lawyer, right? Type of thing. But then I'm looking at 3 and 4, and is this correctly? The money that you solicit through promotion, the gifts, and everything else, that also goes to help pay for the administrative fund. So it's not $500. It's really any money you collect in addition to that from other means.
That is correct. If we're able to request grants or gifts,
Okay.
we will be adding
Yeah.
those funds to that.
Right.
So this language and
That
this
makes much more
change
sense.
will
Thank you.
will allow us to do that.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Chair.
Further questions? Is all this money that various people are contributing, is it commingled together, or is it all together in the interest? How do you develop, you separate the interest when a person wants to take some money out to buy something that's eligible under the criteria that you've listed? How do you proportion out that interest?
Yeah, no, that's what they do. The record keeper does that. Census does that. Maintains separate accounts. It's by law that they need to have separate accounts because they all have tax consequences. So they are, every individual has a separate account, and as a whole, they are commingled because they're tracking New Hampshire's accounts, for example. But there is a trust. The funds need to be in a trust, and they're all essentially sub-trusts for each fund, for each state. Each state has a sub-trust of this one called trust, if that makes sense.
Sounds like Mary Giles' old bill. Remember that, folks? Yeah, in education. Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Tanner?
Thank you. How come this is in education rather than like health and human services, or what's the connection with education?
If I may, and I could be wrong, I think it's where where the bill was originally placed, with 195K, it falls under education, but I don't know. Okay.
So if I want to buy a new car and I need to get all the handicap associated equipment in that car, I could use this fund to do that.
Well, again, it would have to pass what we refer to as, Mr. Chair, the two-prong test is what you're looking to do related to the disability. Based upon what you said, it would be. And the second part of the two-prong test, does it look to benefit health and independence and quality of life for the individual with a disability? I would say yes. Yeah, it's a very broad application.
Yeah.
Which is a good thing.
Yeah. Representative Woodcock.
Last comment, last question. So I just want to, because the numbers that keep on looking at these numbers. Okay. So if I understand the capacity here, if the capacity was 34,000 between the work and the 18,000 donation, and you're looking at your initial goal is 1,000 clients, participants annually. So you're basically talking about a potential of $34 million per year of funding. Is that right?
I think so.
I don't believe so. So right now,
Is my math wrong?
It's modern math, yeah.
No. High tech math. that can be my problem. Is that right? 34,000.
I think you need to share your tips on your math. It might be helpful for other purposes. No, I think just to clarify, we don't ever expect that much money. So for example, to give you an example, this is what we I think we mentioned in this bill. Maybe I wasn't clear enough. But for example, with the stable account program, right now, because those accounts stay there, we couldn't transfer those accounts, New Hampshire accounts, to this new program. So over the course of 6 years, 1,000 accounts became part of that program. So those folks are there until they either choose to change or we continue to promote the fact that we have a new New Hampshire sponsor plan. But so just to give you an example, when we were looking at the number of accounts, Chuck and I, when we provided testimony to the Senate, we had, because it was a brand new plan, we have 14 accounts. And today we checked the numbers and we have 104 accounts. So we expect that this, as this program, it's gets more known, and so we expect to add more accounts, but it wouldn't be.
No.
What would you say is the number that eligible individuals in New Hampshire?
See, we don't have a direct figure with that, Monica. So roughly, there's a $1.3 million, 1.3. That's the residency of New Hampshire, but that's our population. And roughly 1 in 8 individuals per the Institute on Disability report having a disability. So it's like 1 in 8. So we have about 173,000 individuals per the census, per the IOD, Institute on Disability, that states it's an individual with a disability. Whether or not they meet the criteria of onset of disability by age 21, we can't determine that. But again, that's the total population of an individual with a disability, 173,000. I think, and if I may, so I know these are great questions. And so when we first launched the program, so that would have been in 2017, as a state treasurer, as stated, we were with the state of Ohio, and the program then was known as Stable NH. This past October, we decided, state treasurer and I, per the statute, we looked at other programs, we vetted them out across the country, and we decided to join a new platform. Right now, there are roughly, I would say, just over 1,000 accounts that are remain with the state of Ohio because they had joined state of Ohio either back in 2016 or 2017 when we launched. But now New Hampshire has chosen a new platform, and that's where we have the 104. So essentially from 17 to say this past October, we got to that 1,000 accounts, and now whether or not they roll over, that's up to them. I mean, Ohio is a solid program, but this is the new program in New Hampshire. So I don't know if that helps out, Representative. We needed a vehicle, and I say we, State Treasurer and Governor's Commission on Disability, needed a vehicle to now accept this $5 fee annually
Yes.
per account.
It is annually per account, and I think, I mean, it will be, I think what we hope and anticipate is perhaps if the plan grows to another 1,000 accounts, so we are able to collect about $5,000 per year. That would be, what we are
Account value would be
anticipating.
millions. But the account value, the
Oh, the
total
person's
value,
account value goes up, sure, depending
Right, the
upon.
34.
That's right, the 34,000 is with
34
working
million, right,
and the
okay.
contribution, the
Okay.
18 plus the 14, that's right.
I appreciate the program, and thank you for the answers.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to put you on the
and I
grill.
understand this is brand new, so we're,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
we love the questions.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Not seeing, I want to thank you for coming in today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you
members
very
of
much
this
for your
committee.
time, yes.
You're welcome. Are there any other pink cards on this bill? Not seeing, we'll close the hearing.
Of the day.
Yeah, we're closed down the day. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
My daughter in the corner over there. She's taking video of the description over there.
Oh, yeah?
Grandson.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sharing.